You are able to see my screen, right?
Yes, we can see.
Okay.
Saurabh.
All right. So this is the place where you can go and make the necessary changes for your notifications and for all your updates. Okay. Now, coming to the next part of our discussions. So we were talking about, yesterday we looked up till the point where we could define the credit card programs, credit card rules, auditors, all the activities that the auditor will be doing and stuff like that. Okay. So we'll continue from where we stopped yesterday. Today's second half, we'll do some interesting stuff, okay, regarding the expenses. So just let's first finish all the topics that we have, then we can do those activities. Okay. So yesterday we did look at what the auditor can do and how the auditor can approve, review, approve, and move the expense report forward. In some cases, they can also take necessary action to ensure that these things are closed out. The other thing that we will need to consider is before we go on to the cash reimbursements is the expense report payment hold. Okay. Now, payment hold places current or future expense reports on hold when receipts are not received or when receipts are overdue. Okay. So if someone is suppose has incurred an expense of say $500, $200, whatever be the amount, and they have not submitted the receipt, then those receipts can be put on hold. So you can set up an expense report payment hold rule for individuals and corporate card issuers. Schedule and periodically you can run the process expense report reimbursement process to check whether any payment hold rules are in effect or not. So that process will tell you if any reimbursements have been put on hold or not. Okay. Now, when expense report payment hold rules are implemented, reimbursement to the employee individual can't occur until the expense report holds are released. This is very similar to what we have in payables also. Those who are familiar with payables, you will know that you can put invoices on hold and invoices go on hold if they are not validated or there are mismatches and stuff like that, right? And then you have to manually remove the holds to be able to proceed. Similarly, here also system can put it on hold and you will be able to proceed with the same. You can navigate and when you are creating the the manage expense report receipt and notification hold. So the rules, you can put a payment hold for individuals who do not send the receipts or for other reasons also. And for releasing a hold, the release hold action is available only when an expense report is held pending receipts. You must have seen yesterday when we were doing that auditor, from the auditor side, we were doing the reviewing the expense report. The actions menu that you see there is a dynamic one. It is not a static list where every time you will get to see everything. No, it changes based on the status of your expense report. For example, once you have reviewed the expense report, some actions will go away. Once you have submitted the expense report, some other actions will be available and things like that. The employee receives a notification with specific read-only instructions indicating his expense report was released from payment hold. The payment hold on the entire expense report is released and the expense report status is set to pending payment. So once the hold is released, then the expense report status is set to pending payment. So when you go to the audit expense report, there is on the actions, there is an action called as release hold. So through that action, you can remove the hold of that particular expense report. You can use the create expense report receipt and notification rule. See, right at the bottom, you have the treatment of the notification of the holds. Do you see it here? Expense report payment holds. Okay. So what are the options? Here you can see enable holds process. Apply hold when receipts are overdue or until receipts are received. So overdue means once you submit the receipt, it will be released, and until the receipts are received, that means indefinitely till they send the receipts, it will be put on hold. Apply hold rule to report of both individuals and corporate card issuers or report of individuals only. So it's a judgmental call depending on the rule established within the corporate. Apply hold rules to expense reports where every expense line contains project related information. Okay. So this will only apply to those expense reports where there is project related information. Otherwise, it will not apply. So you can take a call depending on the customer requirement for whom it is being implemented. So you can take a call according to their corporate policies. When receipts are received or waived, expenses automatically releases the holds. Alternatively, the expense auditor can manually release a payment hold at his discretion. By default, payments are not held by project only expense reports. However, if you specify it in that holds rule, then system will do it. Okay. All these rules are not there by default. Some of them are there by default, but not all of them. Project is specifically one of them where it is not there by default. If you want it, you will have to enable that check. Clear, everyone, regarding the holds? Okay. Now, let's move on to the cash advances. What is the funda behind cash advances? So cash advances is a process by which employees who are traveling or who are incurring some expense, official expense, they can take an advance. They can take some cash from the company and they will get it reimbursed subsequently, or they will settle it subsequently once they submit the expense report. So suppose somebody is going to US from India, they can take like 5,000, 10,000 as an advance. Once they come back from the trip, they will settle it with an expense report statement saying that, okay, I spent $5,000 on airfare. I've spent $2,000 on accommodation. I spent 500, $2,000 on food, etc. And if there is extra, that means the person took $10,000, he spent $12,000, then company will pay him $2,000 because he has already taken $10,000 as a cash advance. If he pays, if he spends, let's say out of 10,000, he spends 8,000, then he is supposed to pay back that remaining 2,000. So that $10,000 advance will be settled. In payables, we call this as prepayments, right? Cash advances are nothing but prepayments. So from a cash advance and expense report flow perspective, this diagram shows the cash advance and expense report flow. So employee submits, I don't know if this is visible. I'll just enlarge it a bit. Okay. So employee submits cash advance request, manager approves it, expense auditor will approve it, and the expense process will pay the cash advance, okay, through the payment request process. Once the employee has completed that activity, task, trip, whatever it is, they will submit the expense report. Manager will approve the, auditor will audit it, and expense auditor will run the reimbursement process. So any settlement of that cash advance will be done. If there is additional money that will be paid, then the employees paid the differential, or if the employee is supposed to return it, they will refund it. Got it? And the payment process request will make the necessary payment as per the amount. So these are the reasons why they may get a cash advance out of pocket incidental expenses, right? When you're traveling, you check in, you at a hotel or you take a taxi. Nowadays, of course, you have online payment, but a lot of places don't, or you're doing an international trip, you may not have the online payment through the local currency. In those cases, you will have to use cash. Business expenses incurred during the normal course of business. Okay. Cash advance process includes submitting a cash advance request, approving the cash advance request, requesting a payment, submitting an expense report, approving an expense report, running the reimbursement process, and applying any unapplied cash advances. Unapplied means it has to be applied against the expense report, right? Saying that such and such amount has to be paid. So these are some of the terms as far as cash advance concepts are concerned. Cash advance and advance payment to an employee that covers out of payment and incidental expenses while traveling or for legitimate official expenses. Cash advance due date, date by which cash advance must be applied to an employee's expense report. Overdue cash advance that was paid to an employee but an unapplied amount exists after the due date specified by the expense auditor. Unapplied cash advance paid to an employee but an amount exists that has not been applied to the expense report. Cash advance clearing account records the cash advances that are owed to the company and from which the process pay expense reimbursement process clears the account after it is run and charges the cash advance expense to the applicable expense account. Okay. Now, these are again specific to a business unit. Remember that So here you have the manage cash advance and authorization policies. Okay. So this will drive the policies that are defined for cash advances. So again, you have to go to the setup and maintenance. Functional area is expenses under the financials work area, and all tasks manage cash advance and authorization policies. Okay. Once you go there, you will find that these are the different things that you have here. Okay. So let's take a look at this. Setup and maintenance. We go to expenses. Under here, we look at all tasks. Cash advance and authorization policies. Can you all see this? So once you go on this, here you can see this enable advances. Okay, yes or no. Enable payment method selection, yes or no. So you can choose what payment methods. Sometimes people who are abroad, they might not want a check, right? They might want a bank deposit. Payments methods of applying advances automatically apply or will it be manually done? Number of unapplied advance. So this is important. Maximum amount allowed per cash advance is how much? Okay, you can put a limit. Or here also, if they have an outstanding advance, they cannot take another one. Okay, maximum amount applied per cash advance.
Sort of.
Authorization.
So, yeah, I just have a question.
Yeah.
So, number of unapplied advances, it means like one time can be applied for advances, or what it means exactly?
It means that outstanding advance, something that you have taken an advance, but you have not yet applied it to an expense report.
Okay.
Okay, so that is an unapplied advance. So outstanding advance, how many to be allowed? Some companies allow more than one as per their policy. Some companies, you know, people who are traveling frequently, right? Before they
Mhm.
can settle something, because you know the final statement will be coming or the receipts will be coming, the credit card statement will be raised, whatever be the reason, they might have to delay. And by the time you know they can submit their expense report, their next trip is due, right? Or
Okay.
somebody,
Okay.
people who have traveled abroad, you know that sometimes you come back for 7-10 days.
Done.
Okay. And then you might have to go back again before you are able to get all the details, all the statements, receipts. And enable authorizations. Yes, or attach authorization at the lines level. Okay. And prefix, this is like authorization, visibility in days, how many days, up to how many days. Budgetary control, whether you want any check funds. So these funds that you're going to be specifying. So if it is for a business group, you click on the business group, business unit name at the bottom here. Can you see this? Edit. You click on it. This is the edit icon, and then you will be you can change the options. Okay, based on your specific need. Set up from maximum amount allowed per cash advance. Okay. To my mind, $1,000 is too less, but again, you know, this is just a demo instance. And use setup from all business units, define values specified to business units. This is the cash advance clearing account, and this is the payment group. Okay. So you can have different payment groups, so that you can use the processing of payments accordingly. Authorization, you can enable the authorizations, attach authorization, behavior. Okay. So these are the policies regarding cash advance that you can define in the system. Okay. And this is the cash clearing account. We just now saw that. So that is the account that gets hit when you do any advances. And when a cash advance is enabled, the ledger currency is automatically selected. Okay. But advance currency is allowed to select. You have to say, okay. So you have to select from here. So this is the one when you are talking about multiple currencies. Okay. So see, you will, if you bring your cursor here, it will show you. Okay. So you have to enable advances so that advance currency is allowed. That means when you are selecting the currencies, you will be able to choose the currencies from the list. Okay. You can also specify it for a particular business unit, a specific amount, or you can keep it uniform across all businesses, all business units. And so there is a cash advance descriptive flex field. In case you need to configure additional fields, then you can define them, fields that apply to all cash advances or by business unit or by cash advance types or by vary by a context. The usual, the descriptive flex field rules will apply here. Global segment, context sensitive and all that. Okay. Next is the approval rules. When you submit a cash advance request, the following sequence of actions occur. Expense invokes the cash advance approval process. Advance approval process invokes a set of advance approval rules created in the BPM work list to build the list of approvers, and the approval notifications are sent to the approvers identified by the cash advance approval rules. Process repeats until all cash advance approvals are complete. Cash advance approval rules. Cash advance approval rules are configurable rules for approving cash advances. So here it shows you, right? Who was asking about these notifications and all? See, they've shown you an example here. And they have given you the navigation, okay, Oracle BPM work list, and you can go there and do the necessary changes. The predefined cash advance rule defines the approval of cash advances of any amount by the immediate supervisor. You can perform the following actions with a predefined cash advance rule. You can modify the pre-advance cash advance rule. You can add new cash advance rules. You can delete existing cash advance rules. These are the navigation points which you can, who are the supervisor, how many levels of approvals are required. In some cases, you might need more than one level. So you can specify 2 levels, 3 levels accordingly. So we have seen the policies. The cash advance process begins when an employee requests a cash advance by completing a request cash advance request. After completing the cash advance request, employee submits it to his manager for approval. Manager approves the cash advance request. Expenses sends it to the expense auditor for approval. Manager rejects the cash advance request. Expenses returned back to the employee. And the next step typically would be auditor will approve the cash advance. So from the expenses, from the ME expenses actions, you will see there is an option to do request cash advance. Okay. So from there, you will be able to request the cash advance. We'll do that in a few minutes. And this is typically the flow: request, approve, audit, pay, apply. Payment is you are paying in advance. right? So after a few days, typically the employee will put in the will submit the final expense report. So when you are applying the cash advance against an expense report in future, you can manually apply the cash advance to expense report, or expenses can automatically apply available cash advances to the approved expense report when the process expense reimbursement and cash advances process is run. The process expense reimbursement and cash advance process applies all the unapplied cash advance amounts to the expense report that are due, clears the cash advance clearing account, charges the expense to the applicable expense account, sends a payment request for the reimbursement to payables, which in turn sends a payment process request to payments. Unused cash advance amounts are applied to the next expense report or refunded to the company by the employee. So this was that, if the employee takes $10,000, comes back and submits for 8,000, he needs to return $2,000. If the application of cash advances is set to manual in system options, you can manually apply cash advance says to expenses during expense report submission. Employees can apply the cash advance designated for a specific trip to the corresponding expenses, providing visibility to approvers and auditors. Can view the details of the manually applied cash advances in the View Expense Reports page, as well as in the Printable Expense Report page. So any cash advance that you have settled will be visible in the expense report. Okay. Delegates can request cash advance for authorized employees. Such cash advances either proceed to final verification by employees or directly to approval based on the approval rules. Okay. So delegates can also request cash advances. Okay. This you should be careful, right? Somebody else applies on somebody else's behalf. But don't worry, payment will go to the employee only. You can request cash advances in foreign currencies for advance for international travel. Okay. So look here, the advance amount you are asking for the Japanese yen currency. When cash advance is approved and paid, you receive the amount in foreign currency. Okay. So this is the accounting entry. When a cash advance is paid to an employee, amount to be reclaimed is tracked in the cash advance clearing account. And applied to an expense report, the amount is reversed from the clearing account. So cash advance amount is 500, expense report is 700, so differential will be paid out. Okay. Okay, now let's do a practice on the cash advance part. So this one is on page number. So when you go to me and you go to expenses, you can see here this request cash advance action is here. Okay, so you can come here, say request cash action, cash advance. Have you all found the activity in your document? So the cash advance piece starts from page number 85.
Saurav, but it says instructor. Can we perform it?
Yes, yes, you can do it.
Okay.
This is just to check out the policies, right? Because any changes that you will make will impact. So
Yeah. Okay.
So suppose you want to request, let's say $500, and you can say script for attending Oracle Open World. Okay, advanced type is travel. Trip start date, let's say 1st of April. So here you can, if required, you can attach any, uh, approvals and all that. So once you submit it, it goes for approval. So from the navigation here on the left hand side, in this navigation, you can see the cash advance. Okay. So you can also request additional advances from here. So let's say you are requesting another one for 500. Open trip. Okay. And then you submit it. Okay. Submit it for approval. Then I create another one again for 500. Customer site visit. Okay. In case you want, you can also withdraw or you can duplicate them from here. Okay. So it tells you pending manager approval. So these are gone to Christine Ryan. You can see all the notifications here. So I've approved one. So I approved all three. So on the side navigator, you can see the status of your cash advances. Okay. So, oh my, why is it still saying? So after the manager approves, it will come to the auditor. Okay. So it says status is now pending auditor approval. Okay. See, as an auditor, I have gone and rejected the one from Kavya. Okay. Kavya, just see that you will get a notification back saying outstanding advance request. So you can go back and resubmit that. But why are these not enabled? Oh, the person has raised it himself, right? So he will not be able to do it. It has to be done by somebody else. So who is that somebody else? This is an expense dashboard which shows you, how you can, categorize the expenses caused by category. Bring your cursor here. You can see what category. This is accommodation. This is miscellaneous. This is meals. This is entertainment. This is car rental. This is airfare. So you can see airfare is 11%, whereas miscellaneous is close to 3 times, 35%. So you can then go and, you may want to dig further on this. So in those cases, you can see here the trend, cost trend by category. So this is dropping and slight increase between 2021 and 2025. Then who are the top spenders? You can see the top spenders. Michael Rhodes, Julian Henderson, Desiree, Logins. These are the 3 top spenders, highest spenders. So this person has spent close to $15,000. On the left-hand side, you can see the top late filers, means how late they are filing their expenses, expense items submitted after 30 days. Okay. So we have Lisa Jones, who is the one who files the last, probably very, very late. Desiree Loggins, Marcus Channing, Paul Mars. So these are all people who have not been doing it regularly. Policy violations. Who are the people with the highest policy violators? So the size of the text shows you the how big or small it is. For example, Gary Jensen has 4 violations, whereas May G has 5 violations. That means if you look at the font size of the text, May G, you will see it's bigger than Gary Jensen, which is bigger than Michael Rhodes, which is smaller. This one is 2, whereas Sunil Gupta is 3. Julian Henderson is 2. So these two are similar font size, whereas this one is slightly bigger. Okay. So this is a expense dashboard, and Anita Kennedy, I think if I remember correctly, is the CFO or head of finance, something like that. So from her perspective, she will get it. Now you can also add some filters in these cases. Okay. You can click here, add a filter. You can say report number or expense type. So once you add a filter here, you can choose the expense type. Okay. And based on that, the images will get altered. Okay. So this is the expense overview page. This is the expense report details. So this is from Anita Kennedy. So if you log in as anita.kennedy, you can see the infographics here. If you want to remove the filters, you can. You'll get back your original infographic. Yeah, Anita Kennedy is the CFO. AC Brown is an administrator. James Seller. In case you are submitting through Christine, you can go to James Seller and check the or Casey Brown. Let me see who has it. Caroline Valence or James. Some doesn't have expenses. Okay. Let's look at Casey Brown. Casey Brown is the other person who has got access for the auditing. Okay. Now you see, Casey Brown has access to all of them. Earlier, FAS 00 had raised, but those were not, could not be audited through the FAS 0 sign-in. Okay, so they can also reject it. Multiple advance request. Okay, lot of times, whether the system is slow or they might inadvertently do it. So in that case, this will be done. Otherwise, they can go ahead and they can approve it. So this one is now ready for payment processing. Okay, you can see the status of this one, $500. So after you clear the cash advance, approve the cash advance, you can do the expense reimbursement and cash advance request. So that's officially like running the payment request. Okay. So this is now turned into a payment request. So if you remember, this is like the typical payment screen, okay, from the payable side. Okay. So when you review the payment request, you will get to see the payment requests that have been done and what is the state of the payment. So all of you request the cash advance, approve the cash advance by the manager, then by the auditor, and then make the payment request as well. Are you all done? Okay. In that case, we will break for lunch now. All right. We will come back post lunch. So just to ensure this one gets recorded, I have used the payment method of standard check. So this is check stock and BOFA 89 and standard check all currency. Okay. So if you want to look at a check, you can go to the payments process. Have you all finished this part of it, payment part? So this format payment, this one is typically of your check that you will be printing. Okay, so this should be, it's like a formatted stationery. Think of a check that you have, in mind and you are printing it on your check. So this will get printed on your check. Okay, so it has to be paid to the FA00 instructor, and this is the address, and this is the amount that has to be paid, $500. Okay, all I have to do is now deposit it in my bank account. Has anybody done this part of it, formatting the payment file? If not, once you make the payment request, come here and check the format payment file. Okay. Everybody?
Yeah, okay.
So you can use that Casey Brown ID. Okay. See, now this cash advance that I had, 1177, it is showing a status of paid. Okay. Now see here, I had this airfare that I raised for 1,500. Okay. And out of that, 500 has been adjusted. Okay. And 1,000 has been applied here. So now the outstanding total due on this invoice is 1,000. Double two seven the payment request. Okay. So this one is this payment request of one is against this particular 1,500 airfare. Okay. So when you raise a, after your payment is done, cash advance, that you can go and then raise the expense request. And then once you run the expense reimbursement process, system will automatically apply the outstanding to the outstanding prepayment, that is the advance to this particular invoice. Okay. This is the 1,227,000. Okay. This is that 500 that has been adjusted. So only the $1,000 invoice will be now paid. So if you say pay in full, you can then go back and make the payment here for check. All right. Now, to be able to apply this expense, the cash advance to the expense report, this particular process needs to be run. Process expense reimbursement and cash advances. Okay. So after the auditor has approved it, come and run this process. Okay. With this expense reimbursement and submit it, system will apply the outstanding cash advance against that expense. Now, when you raise expense request, you cannot audit it through your own ID. Okay. After the manager approves, you can't audit it through your same ID. You have to go to another ID. Casey Brown is a administrator who has access to go use the Casey Brown ID to go in and approve it. Is anyone doing the payment part of it? Okay, is anyone working on the advance? Have you been able to do that advance settlement? Anyone? Kavya, Priya, have you been able to do it? Anyone? Page 100 is completed. Actually, this reimbursement part is not there. The advance settlement. Okay. So Priya, after this, you can try, raising a new expense report and then running that reimbursement cash advance process, and see whether your advance payment is getting settled with your advance. Put in the expense report, put an higher amount. Okay, so if you have given a cash of, let's say 250, put a expense report of 500, or if you have taken an advance of 500, put a expense report of 1000, something like that. Okay. Everybody, please finish up to page number 100 and then do that, repaying and then settling the advance against the expense report. Hmm. Are you able to proceed? Anyone, any issues? Okay, Priya is done. Others? Others, are you done?
So actually I have submitted expense reimbursement cash and advances.
Okay.
So here I can't see the invoice number as one. So as per the
Is-
PDF, we can see the
Okay.
invoice number, right?
Is your expense report approved,
Yes,
audited
it's
and approved,
approved.
audited also?
Not audited, not audited. So
Okay.
auditing from whom we have to do it?
You can do it through Casey Brown
Okay.
or any other ID other than the one from which you submitted. Any of these student IDs that we are using, na? Other than the one that we are using.
Okay, after that, we have to submit the reimbursement, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Christine also has the ID, but if Christine is the approver, okay, you can do it through there also.
Okay, actually, I created from Jennifer
Okay.
Jackson. So I can do it from my idea as well,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Casey Brown also.
Yeah, I'll try it. So we have to audit from where we have to audit?
Through the expenses auditing.
Okay. Okay, I'll do that.
Saurav, one more thing.
Yes.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, you are uploading the training sessions into your YouTube channel, right? I mean,
Not this one. Go through that link.
if you wanted to get search from your channel, how we can
Yeah.
get?
So here you can do this Palium Skills is there. Na? This is the main channel.
Hmm.
The other one is for those, forklift and all those other trainings that are there, the technical skills, first aid.
Okay.
This one is the one for IT related. Okay, so here if you go to playlist, you will get the playlist. You will see there is one for Oracle expenses. All our videos are together in one place. Okay, day 1, day 2, day 3.
Okay.
And today's one I'll upload, so you will get day 4
Okay.
in one place.
Okay. Thank you, Saurav. And
Yeah.
one more thing, the
Yes.
provided environment, how many days it is going to be available for us?
I think it will be probably by end of this week. I think so. I'm not sure, but I think so.
Okay.
Hmm.
Saurav,
Yes,
uh, in our practice, we are doing every activity related to a particular business unit, right?
correct,
Say, for example, in our testing, we are taking US1 business unit.
correct.
Say, if a business having like more than a 20 business units like org IDs or circles, so they need to do all these setup steps for every business unit, right?
Yes.
So is there any way to do these setups at a global level so that these setups can use all the business units?
Hmm.
I-
See, in some of these cases, I'll just show you.
Because every time these
I
setups
get
is
your
this,
point.
yeah, okay. So
It's difficult to, do it in every business unit, or if there are changes in one, then
no,
everyone
not
else
even
will have to.
difficult, not even, see, this is a setup is a one-time activity, I understand.
Correct.
But if
Correct.
is there any issue
Changes.
occurs,
Hmm.
it's very difficult to find go and find each and every setups
Correct.
regarding the business unit.
Yes. See, in some cases, it has
Uh-huh.
given you options to do it for applicable for all business units. Okay. For
Okay.
example, today we were seeing see here when you are coming here, you will have to map it for specific business units. These are, these are set, and then you have to link it for which business unit. And
Mm-hmm.
then when you specify this, it says use setup from all
You
business unit.
set up for all business units. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Let me take
But this
screenshot.
option is not there in all of them.
Yeah.
Okay. So wherever they have it, we'll have to use it. Otherwise, we'll have to do it individually actually. The mapping has to be done ultimately. If you
Got
look
it.
at, yeah, and think of the hierarchy also. Usually what happens is, what you define, for example, the expense system options, this will this is more at a global level, the system expense system as a whole. So whatever you're defining here will default at the business unit, then at the expense report and expense item and so on.
Yeah. And my major pain point is like on card payment, like
Corporate
MX
card
cards and
payment.
all. Yeah, card
Ah,
setups.
ah.
There is no such option, right?
Like you have these
Card program, right?
card programs. So, so when you are defining any one of these, let's say MX travel card. Okay. So this part of it is all at the global level.
Global
Okay.
level.
This one does not yet. But when you scroll down, this is the company account number and the details here. Okay. Accounting. Okay. So this is coming into the global expense clearing account.
Again, here we are using the business unit. See.
US1 business unit. That is the company. So no running away from this part of it. You will ultimately have to, have the main, either the corporate or the main one where you
Again,
will
there is
be.
one more option also, payable business unit. We need
Correct.
to do
Correct.
the setup for all the business
Yes.
units.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, got it.
All right.
Thanks.
The other thing that I wanted to talk about was, you may be aware now that we will see post, we'll take a short break. But before that, you may be aware that now expenses, you can do it through the iPhone. There is an app also.
Mobile.
Mobile app. Has anyone used it?
No.
Any of your customers, any of your end clients, anybody using that? Okay, we'll try that out post this. Let me just quickly finish off the other things that we have in place. Okay. So we did till this part, and the next part is the expense reimbursement, capturing the tax. So this, all of you have, I guess by now you would have completed it, where, expense approvers will approve it. Expense report data is moved to the payables open interface table, and payment request initiated in payables. And then that payment is being done and we are viewing that invoice. So we saw that flow. Then populating the payables through the payables open invoice interface table. These processes, these reimbursement cash advances, they come into payables, where they are treated like any other invoices and paid off. Payables will reject records in the open interface tables if errors occur. The process expense reimbursement and cash advances process Then we'll remove rejected records from the interface table, update the status of the expense reports to payables rejected. The expense auditor reprocesses the remaining expense reports for reimbursement. Whenever the process expense reimbursement cash advance process runs, it selects all the payables rejected expense reports for reprocessing. Okay, so remember that. Viewing the created payment request, we have seen this expense reports are validated and a payment request is created in accounts payables. So when you go to the task review payment request, you will be able to see that. And after expense reports are successfully validated using the process expense reimbursement and cash advance process, payment request is created in payables. Auditor can access a read-only version of the invoice in payables. Most critical information expense auditor should monitor includes rejected expense reports. You can view any rejected expense reports from the review payment request page. We have seen this. Okay. So the status of expense reports, one is ready for payment processing, one is partially paid, another one is paid. So rejected reports are those that do not pass validations, and rejected expense reports include a reason for rejection. You can rerun the process expense reimbursement cash advance process. Create payee failed or account date not in open period. So these are common reasons for rejections. Others are inactive person, no payment method found, reversal failed, database errors, document category not required. Okay, that document sequencing numbers. Then invalid pay currency category, invalid document categories for sequencing. So these are some of the other reasons, typically similar reasons to what you would have in a normal payables invoice. Okay, things like invalid distribution accounting or the total of distribution does not match the invoice lines, duplicate invoice number. Returning the approved expense report, you prevents invoice creation for questionable reports, reduces work by fixing incorrect information, and eliminates undesired cash or corporate card payment, expedites reimbursement for questionable reports. Okay. So any approved expense reports, they can be sent back. So the expense accounting distribution, the accounting, as you know, is very critical since it involves monetary amounts. So employees default expense account in the HR application, that is what it will pick up. Then the natural account setup for each expense type. When we are defining the expense type, that is where you will find the natural account setup there. Any changes to the account made by the user during the expense entry, okay, and any changes in the account made by an auditor during the auditing. So these will be the order in which the information, accounting information will flow and will be used. So when a payment request for an expense report is cancelled, update the expense report status, delete both pay expense reports created to pay corporate card issuers, reverse any cash advance applications. Okay. So any cancellations, deletions that you will do it has to be taken care of in a proper manner. All right. Auditors can reprocess the pay expense report to payables when needed. Only payment request with the status invoiced or validated can be cancelled. Okay. And the associated expense report status is changed to invoice cancelled. Expense report containing both pay corporate card transactions. When a payable supervisor initiates the cancel action, the application prevents the supervisor from further action if the expense report is both pay report and one of the payment request is already in payment process. Obviously, if it or payment is being processed, it will stop you. When both payment requests are in invoiced or invalidated status, application alerts the supervisor that both of these payment requests will be cancelled. When the expense report is reprocessed for reimbursement, the application creates two new payment requests, one for employee and the second one for the card issuer. Expense report containing company pay card transactions. When a payment request for the card issuer is cancelled, the invoice number is removed from the card transactions, and these transactions are available for reprocessing. Okay. When a payment request for the employee is cancelled, the expense report status is changed to invoice cancelled. This all happens at the invoice level. You may capture the tax on expense reports also using the tax classification or tax recoverability determination for expense payment requests. Nowadays in India also we have this GST input tax credit, right? So those, so before you enable a tax classification code in expenses, tax manager must create a tax classification code in Oracle Tax. Okay, this is the Fusion tax. Tax classification code determines the tax amount and how the tax is calculated is associated with an expense type or an expense item. Expense templates and expense reports display only tax classification codes. Okay, that are active and associated with the relevant business unit. For the tax on the expense report, okay, you can enable the display tax field on the expense report checkbox. Okay, where you have managed tax fields page. Okay, and assign the tax classification code to expense types. Results depend on which method you use. You can use the first method, second method, or a combination of both. Okay, so you can enable it at the manage tax fields level, or you can also assign it manually to the expense types. Now just remember this, if we are using the second type, tax classification code is not displayed on the create expense item page during expense entry, but when you save it, it gets assigned to the expense line. First method for capturing tax classification code . So this is when you are going to the expenses, you have managed tax fields there. Okay. and you select a business unit, and then you can enable the tax fields there. So this is when you are doing the expense type. Okay, when you are defining the expense types, there is a tax classification code. So you can link it over there. So the tax information is on the expense type. So, incorrect information is less on the user side. Sometimes these tax classification codes may be hidden also. Okay, you can hide them and you can then assign it through the backend. So this is the way in which you can show the tax classification code. Display tax fields. Okay. There is an expense on the expense report checkbox that will enable the tax fields to be displayed. Otherwise, they will not be displayed. Hide the tax fields. Hide the tax classification code from the UI and assign it on the back end. So this one is automatically applied behind the scene. Okay. It will not be visible, but it will be applied to the tax fields. Tax recoverability determination. So recoverability is like your input tax credit. Okay. So this is again defined on the tax side. Expense location, tax product category, employee location, tax classification code. Okay. Next piece is about the, contingent workers. You all know what is a contingent worker, so I don't think I need to talk about what it is. Okay, anybody who is not a direct employee, but through third party. So for the enabling expenses for contingent worker, there is a manage expense contingent worker option. Okay. So you can link it with the supplier here, because payments to the contingent worker usually go to the supplier, and they in turn are supposed to pay the contingent workers. So the the contingent worker has to be created in HCM first, and then you link it with the supplier. These three things are important: payment method, payment function code, okay, with each invoice or pay record to reimburse a contingent worker, and the event class code, okay, provide rules for calculating tax lines. So this flow we have just now done. that, expense auditor runs the process expense reimbursement cash advance process. Payment request is created in payables. Payment request is created in payments module, and the payment is made by the payments module, and the employee's reimbursement is reimbursed by check or direct deposit. So here also it is same, okay, except that the supplier is reimbursed in this case. Okay, payment is going to the supplier. So only difference here is in case of employee, this comes from the payee record. Okay. In case of contingent worker, it comes from the supplier site level record. Event class, these are more used when we are transferring the data through from payables to GL through the SLA. So the event class codes have to be properly tracked. So on the auditing side, you will get to see the payment request and the invoices, right? How many invoice has been processed? Those who have done it, you must have seen this. Rejection code, again, it will have some rejection codes. So when you are doing any third-party expense reimbursement, okay, so this third-party application, okay, is using the any other system other than payables and payments. Okay, in that case, the pay expense reports through third party, that has to be enabled. Okay. Manage expense system options page. Enable third party from the pay expense reports. Usually we don't do this, but just be aware that it is possible. Mostly it is done through the payables only. And nowadays with Fusion, more and more companies are opting for an integrated solution only. But in some cases, you might have to do it. I'll just skip this. This is not very... The other part is integrating the travel. Okay. Now, in this travel option, you must have seen on that expense report on the side panel, there is an option for travel, right? So that one can be enabled based on whether the travel integration is there or not. When you enable travel integration, itinerary data is imported into expenses. Trips are automatically created for valid itineraries. Updates to itineraries are imported into expenses. Travel administrator corrects the itineraries with validation errors. Employees manage their trips. Expense reports are automatically created. And approvers and auditors can view the booking policy violations. So itineraries flow into expenses. And expense reports are automatically created, appear in the expenses work area. Approvers and auditors can view the difference between booked and actual travel expenses, booking policy violations, and justifications provided by users. Travel administrator, they can monitor imported itineraries and resolve any itinerary errors. Assign the travel administrator the job role of travel manager to provide access to the travel administration work area. So usually we select a travel partner here, okay, based on the travel needs of your employees, type of travel, booking support that is provided by the travel partner in countries where your employees are located. You can also use the services of a travel partner for specific countries. Okay, Expenses currently supports travel partner integration with Get There, an online booking tool, quite like Make My Trip or Easy Trip. Okay, earlier we used to have these Amex travel companies. Okay, they would have a travel desk at the local offices. So travel partner is an agency booking site that is configured for a group of employees. So the travel provider you will create in this travel partner integration. Okay. So corporate online booking partner is a third party name of the partner. Okay. Who is the contact person, phone number, booking sites. Okay. So what is the booking site name and stuff like that. So you can test it also after putting in the details. Okay. So you can add them here. So for this, you would go to the Manage Travel Partner Integrations. Okay. So after this, Manage Expense System Itinerary is there. System Options is there, where you will need to enable the travel option to yes. So if it is applicable for everyone, you say yes at the global level. Otherwise, you will have to make the changes at the individual business unit level. So Get There is the only software currently integrated with Oracle Expenses. Okay. And after the itinerary, the integration will ensure itineraries are displayed based on the bookings. These are the steps you must perform, some prerequisite steps in the travel partner system before you can set up a travel partner and booking site. Select a travel partner that uses Get There. Configure the booking sites from which site the booking will be done. Configure the travel policies, policy violations. Determine employee access methods and set up the employees in the travel system. Has anybody used this with your implementation? Anyone has used it? Travel partner?
No, Saurabh, haven't done it.
So if you are doing it, then these are the setups that you will have to do. Describes both mandatory and optional steps. Okay, one is the itinerary import. You will have to do it through the managed travel partner integration. Booking sites, you will have to mention the booking sites. You have to provide the links. So these are the steps for setting up the travel integration. Enable the travel integration, configure the travel partner and travel site, travel itinerary process, assign a travel administrator. Optional tasks to improve the quality of travel data and enhance the employees' travel experience. Okay. So this is the place, when you're doing the system options, enable travel, that has to be set to yes. And the processing options for expense report. Okay. Then you can enable automatic travel expense report creation to yes. Okay. This is done through the manage expense system options. So this is the manage travel partner integration page. Okay. So here you need to put in the connection username, and these are the web services that are there to pull in the information, get their booking site manager. Okay. These should be relevant once you start doing it, then you can test it out. Different countries may have, for global companies, you might have different partner sites. Okay. So if you enable the booking site specific URLs, you must assign, you know, employees. In the site assignment section, you create the booking site page, specify the association by country. Okay, all countries, or you can go for exceptions. Okay, so specific countries. So in that case, you specify the specific countries where it is enabled. It might be that you are enabling it for US, UK, or France or Germany, some of the countries which might have implemented it. So again, you will need to define the travel policies and policy violations for each booking site. Okay. And you define it on the partner system to enforce your company's travel policies. Itinerary validation rule will identify data errors so the travel administrator can correct them. Optionally enable the travel itinerary validation rules to be applied when travel itineraries are imported. And you enable itinerary validation rules if you want expense report approvers and auditors to view booking policy violations and the associated justifications provided by employees. Okay. So this is under the managed travel itinerary validation rules. Okay. Under the financials, and then go and say all tasks, and you will be able to do these. Any variations in class validation, currency code, merchant, location. So these are all taken care of by the system. Scheduling the import travel itinerary process. So there is a process that will pull in the information from the travel site, okay, into the application, and you can schedule it so that it will run maybe every night or during the day, every 6 hours, every 4 hours. And of course, if you have any issues, you will have to go to the schedule new process, look at the log file for any fatal errors, and then rectify them. Reviewing the import travel itinerary process, this is a manual process, nothing to be done. Validation, critical errors. These are very generic in nature. I'm sure you will not get such easy ones. Cause and resolution, missing reservation. Cause and resolution of invalid data validation. Okay. So here also different if there is missing data or invalid data format. Most of this you need to correct it in the source system. Automatic creation of trip based. So once your trips are imported, itineraries are done, then you can create the expense reports automatically. The process creates expense reports from corporate card transactions that match those transacted over the trip's duration. Each employee's preference, as specified on the expenses preferences page, determines when the expense report is created. So there is this create trip expense report. So you have to schedule that and system will create it. So employee can do it. Okay. Application can automatically do it. Okay. So depending on who does or what is the process to be followed. So we will not have much to do in this, but okay. This I think, we'll do this mobile devices once we take a short break. Okay, everyone. Let's take a short break and then we will continue with the mobile devices. Those who have iPhones, please keep them ready. We'll meet in 15 minutes. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Sure, 5:30, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, everyone back? Is everyone back? Okay. Now,
Saurabh, before we proceed further, I just have a quick query. Like, is it accessible only for iPhone users, not for common Android users?
yes, right
Just
now it is on iPhone.
Mhm. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, they are talking of introducing it in Android as well. Okay, so provided once it is enabled, you will be able to do it on Android also. Okay, so if you are having Apple, you can look for the Expense One app. Okay, where you can enter the expenses quickly. You can charge expenses to projects. You can download corporate transactions, and you can submit expense report. And you can also approve the, you can use voice recordings, you can do receipt images and calendar entries. You can charge the expenses to and cost centers. You can enter it for mileage expenses. You can download the corporate card transactions and update itemization and tag the personal transactions. Okay. And no additional setup is required. If you are using the Future Expenses mobile application, then no separate. It's like on your, on your Chrome, you can launch the Fusion Expenses mobile application. Okay. So that is just web-based application. However, if you want to use the expense mobile app, then you will have to install this. Okay, you can check from your Android also, depending on the version of Android. The latest versions may have this play. You can go to Google Play and search for this. Check if you have got Oracle Fusion Expenses on your mobile app. Do you have it?
Yeah, on the Play Store, I can find that app, Oracle Fusion
Fusion
Expenses.
expenses.
In an Android phone, I was talking about.
Okay. What about iPhone people? Type this URL. Hmm. FA dash UTH dash dev 59 dash SAS FA demo 1.ds dash FA 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 dot Oracle P demos.com.
I could log in.
Okay. Are you able to see the
Like I'm able to see options like view, upload, submit, calendar,
Hmm.
voice, camera, all
Hmm.
these options out there.
Okay.
Approve
So
also.
okay. Okay. Just wait. Let others finish, then we'll proceed.
Sure.
How about the others? So once you are able to sign in, you try to, submit an expense report by taking a picture or use the voice message to, say airfare, $500 and see if you are able to create a expense. Okay, Kavya has logged in. Anybody else has been able to sign in? Okay, Priya has created using the voice option. Take a picture and see if you are able to do it with a photograph of a receipt. Taxi fare $50.
Taxi fare $50.
After you have created the voice activated expense, ensure that you go into the application and check whether it is visible there or not. See this $50. Okay, this is the one that I just now created. Taxi fare $50. I spoke and then I uploaded it. Hmm. Okay, everyone. Kavya also done. Priya, Kavya done. How about the others? This should be interesting. Kavya, after this, yeah, you can do, okay, camera scan. Yes. Now see this 1500 that. 1 minute. Where is this 1500 not showing? Okay, this is the one which has the receipt attached. Okay, you see this JPG. So this one, what I did was I took a screenshot of the screen that we are seeing. Okay, and that one I attached it from the phone itself. And on the screen, it was showing as 1500. So system also during the scan, it picked up that 1500 value. See this? I took a picture of this, and then this it picked up. It scanned this one. This is pretty cool. What do you say? There is a third option also, which is called as the quick entry. You can see the word quick entry in the pop list at the top. So from there, you can just specify the amount and say add. Okay. And specify the expense type also, and system will create a expense report, expense item for you. Once these items are you can add them. You can add multiple lines into one report. You can put them together, right? Anybody else tried other than Priya and Kavya? Sagar, Hanumanta, Grishma. Anybody tried?
Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Okay. Abbasi.
$20. $20.
Now $20.
Okay, Sagar, great. Others done? Okay, Dhanashree also done. 4 of you done. How about the others? This should be interesting. It should not take much time. Okay, guys, I think a lot of you are having calls. Please carry on. I'll share the link. Okay. And thank you all for joining. Others, if you are doing it, if you have any issues, let me know. I am here. Yes, I'll be sending it to you all. Okay. And I'll send the recordings. I got Kavya, I got Priya's and Grishma's email. So I'll send it to you all and please share it with everyone. Is the application down now? Others are done. Okay, just for the benefit of the recording, I am just sharing the screenshots, okay, so that you will know later on if you have to look at it again. Uh, Okay, this is the app that you will need to download. Okay, Oracle Fusion Expenses. This is how it looks. And once it's installed and you click on it, you would need to put in the details, okay, of the connection. So you'd need to put the host URL, which is that FAUTH def 59. Yeah. So, okay, along with the username password. Okay, default reimbursement currency is picked up, linked to the user. And these are the versions, okay, depending on the versions, some of them may be working, some of them may not work. Once you sign in, this is the home page that you have, okay. So for the home page, from here, you can, there are three ways in which you can create these expenses. One is from the select type. So if you click on this select type, you will get a drop down from where you can choose the different headings, different expense types. Okay. And then you just put in the amount and click add. So expense type, amount, and click add. Once you add it, it will appear in the upload. Similarly, if you want to create one which is for, record and expense, voice expense type. So there you can say meal $20 and the system will record that as an expense. Okay. And you can say taxi $50, you can say meal $20, you can say, airfare $1,500 and so on. Then you click done. Once you say done, you will again find that if there are additional information required, system will prompt you for that. You can also make attachments from here. Okay. And the other option is you can scan it using the camera. So from the camera also, you can just click on the camera and then you will get these as an attachment. Okay. So you can record that as an attachment and the system will show them over here. Okay. Lunch, $20. Okay. And this is under the upload expenses. Once all these are done, then you can click upload. Okay. Once you click upload, that is when the expenses get into the expense work area under the me option. So you can go to me, you can see the item types over there, expense items, and you can put them, bunch them together, and collectively you can create one expense report. Okay. Thereafter, rest of the processing is exactly what we have been doing in the application. Hope all of you got an overview of this, of how these expenses work from the mobile devices. The same thing,
Saurabh, I am unable to log in the in my phone actually.
you are not able to.
That is the host URL is not valid. Is something there is.
Right, might be. See, just check if you are able to sign into the application right now from your browser. It might be down. It is giving a bad gateway option.
Yeah. Okay.
Just check that first.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Once this is okay, then it will be
Array,
fine.
you finally entered the URL and the
मुझे
system.
कलेक्शन नीचे पढ़ा दे कलेक्शन रिपोर्ट ये नीचे आ जाओ उधर
Sorry? Someone saying something? Okay. Anybody else? Any question? The application is down actually, so you will not be able to do anything. Okay. All right, guys. Thank you all for attending the sessions. And it's been great interacting with all of you. Thanks all
Thanks.
for
Thanks,
your
Saurabh. Thanks for session.
attention
Very
and
helpful.
your work going forward.
Yeah.
नहीं लोगों
Hope to see you again with
Yeah.
another
Hope to see you soon. Bye. Bye.
Thank you, Saurabh. Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks,
Thanks.
everyone.
I'll upload the recording and share it. Today's one.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Saurabh.